Africa, hey, Kemohal, Chevon, Chevon, Chevele, Baite, Motomoso, Ana Tuso, Baite, Motomozare Manae, Jumbo, Paramohatel, Hepata, Votle, Bahai. Motete akeke akubona mutu Bua kalili milame Ehale fatele ko amocha Lona ubarute mamelo le soirelo Kile kaku Kemo Africa Hey que mohali
hey hey hey
hela hela girisi kelansia hela girisi kelansia Kile kaku Kemo Africa Hey Kemo hale Kile kaku Kemo Africa Hey Kemo hale Chevon, chevon, chevon Baite, moto, moto. Helang, helang, girisi kelansia. Helang, helang, girisi kelansia. Helang, helang, helang basari girisi kelansia. Helang girisi kelansia. Kile kaku Kemo Africa Hey Kemo Cheva on cheve Baite Baite moto moto ha ana juso baite moto motare monae samko Bare mukhadel bata buteba Motete akeke akhubona mutu mutu Hela, hela, hela Irisi kelansia Helang, 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 helang Irisi kelansia Helang, helang Irisi kelansia Africa. Kimo Africa. Hela kimo Africa. Kilikaku. mana mana Ti anyele buto mita wena
Dumelang, sanibonani, absheni, good morning, goeiemorgen, is it still, yeah, it's still morning. How are you doing? Happy Women's Day. You don't look happy. Happy Women's Day. You all look beautiful, Lilibande. My name is Gina Mabasa, and I'm here with Mpo Malahlela on bass, Nico Obisi on drums, Tato Modika on lead guitar, and Lebogang Maunatala on keys. I hope you'll stand up and dance to the next one.
Congo mame, Congo, Congo mama.
I'm not gonna sing it if you're not gonna help me. Yes, let's all stand up and dance.
Hi, Congo mame, Congo, Congo mama.
This side.
Hi, Congo mame, Congo, Congo mama. Hi, Sevele Santano, Hebusele, Etambaba. Hi, Sevele Santano. my people, open your eyes and answer the call of the drum. Frelimo, frelimo, Samora Marcel, Samora Marcel, here's one. Maputo, Maputo, home of the brave, our nation will soon be as one. Frelimo, frelimo, Samora Marcel, Samora Marcel, as one. Hey. Mozambique, Mozambique, a luta continua, continua. Mozambique, a luta continua, a luta continua, continua. My people, open your eyes and answer the call of the drum. Frelimo, frelimo, Samora Marcel, Samora Marcel, here's one. Hey. Maputo, Maputo, home of the brave, our nation will soon be as one. Frelimo, frelimo, Samora Marcel, Samora Marcel, as one. Hey. Mozambique, Mozambique, one last time. Mozambique, a luta continua, que a luta continua, a luta continua, continua. Yes. Thank you very much. One last time, happy Women's Day, happy Women's Month. Basadi baka mo fela ka maabate. Happy Women's Day. Are you happy to be here? It's not convincing. Let's try again. Are you happy to be here? 10 kilometers barefooted in the bush. Started raining on the way to fetch some water. Poor woman had the baby on her back. Was struck by lightning on the way to fetch some water. Dead in the booth. Started raining on the way to fetch some water. Poor woman had the baby on her back. Was struck by lightning on the way to fetch some water. She tried hiding under the tree to save the child. Poor woman had the baby on her back. With the baby on her back, friends I love to run for her, but it was too late. Too late for mom. Oh, poor mama with a little baby. Oh, poor mama. Oh, mama with a little baby. She's gone. Oh, mama. Too late. Husband came running to the scene, yeah. Oh, a man had his dead wife in his arms. Eyes full of tears, not been living the nightmare. First one loves her for, but it was too late. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh poor mom, too late, oh too late. Too late for mom. Oh, poor mama with a little baby. Oh, too late, oh, too late. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, poor mama.
two, 1 2. 1 2.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and any other gendered individuals in the room. I'd like to do a special welcome and, with all protocol observed, greetings to all of you gathered here today. Honorable Premier David Makura, Honorable Ms. Mbali Hlophe, Honorable Dr. Morongwa Makwarela, and Honorable Peggy de Bruyn, who have joined us in the room. It sure does give me immense pleasure and a whole lot of gratitude to celebrate the glory that is woman on this day. In the words of the poet Rupi, what is the greatest lesson a woman should learn? That since day one, she's already had anything she needed within herself. It's the world that convinced her otherwise. So without any further ado, I'd like us to open today's proceedings with our national call to prayer, our national anthem, as well as our African Union anthem, which will be delivered to us and supported by the Soshanguve Philharmonic Choir. May we please rise as we do our national anthem. Thank you so much, Soshangube Philharmonic Choir. Thank you. That was beautiful, beautiful. I'd like to call up the City of Tshwane Council Speaker, Honorable Dr. Morunwa Makwarela, for our opening welcoming remarks.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Watintaba Fas. Watintaba Fas. Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Thank you very much, Program Director. The Premier of Gauteng Province, Honorable David Makura, honorable members of the Executive Council, members of the Gauteng Legislature, esteemed traditional leaders, honorable mayors and MMCs, together with councillors present, women leaders from all women's organizations and associations in the province, women of Gauteng and the city of Tshwane, members of the media, fellow South Africans. We are gathered once again on Women's Day to celebrate and honor women in the city of Tshwane, in the province, and the country at large. Today is an important day in the South African calendar, because it gives us the opportunity to gather here today under the theme, Women's Socio-Economic Rights and Empowerment, Building Back Better for Women's Improved Resilience, to reflect on our collective efforts to ensure that women can both play their meaningful roles in our society and enjoy a better life as part of the fruits of our liberation and freedom. Today, like in every year, we pay tribute to those South African women of all races for their courageous and selfless actions that form an important contribution to the liberation of our people and the advent of a new democratic dispensation. As we celebrate Women's Day today, we reaffirm our collective responsibility as a nation to protect and nurture our hard-won freedom, human rights, and liberties, which also includes the rights of women. The creation of a safe and a secure environment in our communities is a necessary condition for social cohesion, peace, and the full enjoyment of the human rights which the women of 1956 and many other struggle martyrs fought and sacrificed for. Women are the bedrock of every nation. I would like to stress that empowering women in South Africa is of critical importance, and it brings gender equality. Women should be acknowledged for their strength and their abilities. Women are essential to the growth of South Africa's economy, and their success is an integral part of our country's success and prosperity. We therefore need to make it our collective effort to ensure that we build on the valuable work that is taking shape and encourage women to build their careers, not only in the public, but in the private sector as well. However, women empowerment and gender parity is not only about numbers. It is about opening up the space for women to influence meaningful change and make a difference in our society. It is about promoting the participation of more women in public platforms and the media. We want to see women addressing hard issues in the socio-economic arena, science and technology, and politics, amongst others. This would help end the stereotyping or pigeonholing of women and mainstream their contribution into South African life. I would like to conclude by welcoming you to the capital city of the Republic of South Africa, the city of Tshwane. I hope you will enjoy your stay with us on this historic day. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Now that we've been welcomed and we feel at home and we are relaxed, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce myself, Dingolwethu Lishabane, and I will be program directing the conversation today. And with me on stage, we have Mme Sophie de Bruyn. We have Zuleika Patel. We have Dr. Mlauli. And we have Ukhosi Dlamini. And trust and believe we will be having the hard conversations like you alluded to, Honorable. We will be really breaking down some of the important conversations and the gaps that need to be bridged between the young and the old within our nation as women. As we stand on a monumental site, in 1956, Mme Sophie de Bruyn was one of those women that led the march on this very land. So we will be touching on some of the conversations of what has changed, what still needs to be done, and what are the points of reflection we need to have in moving this nation forward as women. And trust me, as women, we know how to talk. We do talk. So we will be talking today. So before we get to that conversation, I'd like to just welcome our poet, Nziki Mazwai, who'll be opening up the conversation for us and really laying down some of the foundation that we need to move this conversation forward.
Sure. When I say hey, you say hey, 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 black girl with any issues, throw away your box of tissues. The time has come for emancipation. Sing your song in celebration. Hey, hey, black gang, get hips nemfundu. Hey. Hey, black gang, get hips nemfundu. Awusemhle ntakayamandla bengicela ukubamba isandla. No one works those hips the way that you do. I found that it's true. These hips are for keeps. I found that they seem to lure all the boys. Hey, black gang, get hips nemfundu. Ngamaxesha akho, stand up and be counted. Hey, hey. Hey, black girl with any issues, throw away your box of tissues. The time has come for emancipation. Sing your song in celebration. Raise my name, I'm Charlotte Mahomu Matleke. May I carry the struggle of women on my back, even when my nails make my palms bleed and ache. May I never hold anything back. And I take back every moment that I doubted my brilliance, resilience. I'm the first of my kind. I'm a myriad of dreams. I'm what my ancestors created. It's written, my story in red and white. At every women's mañano, I'm Methodist. I'm the bird that carried the message across the seas. My people are united. I'm Mangaliso Sobukwe's inspiration. Don't you doubt it. And when I question the men about the absence of women, they were wounded.
And when I questioned the men about the absence of women, they were wounded. I am the women's movement. I am my sister's keeper. I am the seed that built the community, the long forgotten cornerstone that the natives refused. I'm the song to sing you to submission. I sit with kings and every one of them feels my mission. Phakamisani igama lam nduCharlotte Mahomu Maxeke. Phakamisani igama lam nduCharlotte Mahomu Maxeke. Anizuva ngam nizava ngabafazi belilizela kuphithizela koloya wasadi hayiduma yatsamaya nizawuthi siyancindezela besithi sebenzisane sonke, but nakho you make it obvious that a woman must take the lead. Nasukumeza nasindizela 100 years later sisacula ingoma eyodwa. It's like marching to the union buildings never made a difference. It never made a difference. It's sasifuna inkululeko. I am the women's movement. I am my sister's keeper. I'm the seed that built the community, the long forgotten cornerstone that the natives refused. I'm the song to sing you to submission. I sit with kings and every one of them feels my mission. Phakamisani igama lam nduCharlotte Mahomu Maxeke. Phakamisani igama lam.
Wow, wow, wow. Ngicela one more. If there's one thing about us as women, I Shem. No, we know how to use our voices. Siyavakala. Siyavakala. So we're going to get into the panel discussion right now, and really the conversations that we're going to have and some of the things we're going to break down it's conversational. I love to open up this conversation. I love Premier and his team really emphasized on that. We're in conversation because women talk, and we have a lot of things we want to air, and we have a lot of things that we want to talk about. So we're all going to be in conversation with the panel, and there will be an aspect of it. If you feel that you want to say something, I'm going to take only 2 questions from the audience, only 2, so that we control this properly as well. And the questions will be facilitated also by a team that will be here, and there will be a mic that will be passed for the conversation to be had. So I want to start this conversation with Mme Sophie. I'm going to come over to you with the first part of the conversation. On this land in 1956, women marched for liberation of women. Women of all colors, all creeds in this country, for freedom, to be able to vote, to be able to have a voice. I'm sure you take a look sometimes at the landscapes, at the statues that sit on this land, at the building structures and the way it looks. Not much has changed in that sense. How has that affected how we internalize freedom, internalize liberation, to know that the very same structures, the very same statues, the very same foundations have not really changed, but we have shifted and we have changed as young people, and our struggles may not be entirely the same, but at the root of them, freedom, liberation still rings. How does the generation that is you internalize the lack of the physical and tangible, but yet the shifts in how we see ourselves as women? I was having a conversation with a friend of mine whose mother said to her, "You are the generation yenu, I need happiness." See, now we weren't so focused on your happiness. We needed freedom. When we see the physical things, Tina, we want to see the quick change, the abrupt change. But there seems to be such a disconnect with the generation that came before on that front. I'll hand over to you, Mme Sophie.
Thank you very much. The disconnect that you talk about is very much there. I'm not sure if I should say that the disconnect comes from disunity. And when I look at all these faces, all our people that are sitting here, I'm just wondering, what is it that we are still in a place that we shouldn't be in? Because this gigantic woman, this army of women as I see them, reminds me of another time, another place. 66 years ago, this is what I see here. But that was a time of unity. 66 years ago, and the women that I recognize as an army were brave and courageous and determined, and nothing could hold them back. And I see the determination here too, from the activities that have been taken on by women here. I'm not sure the formations that are here. I see our uniform, our ANC Women's League uniform, which means that the ANC Women's League are here in their hundreds. There may be other formations as well. So the elephant in the room, I think, is unity, is come together, is to form a gigantic one organization, which should and would, I believe, with determination, courage, and bravery, should correct what has gone wrong and have the spirit of unity. I don't believe there is a spirit of unity amongst our women everywhere, because we have clusters and we are working silos. And I think as much as a lot has been done, and there's been a lot of changes since '56, but there is still a long, long walk. And it will take still a lot more women to bring what we desire for our country, and as for women, to get rid of all the ills. That is what I think should be done. If that has answered your question.
It has partly answered the question. And I want to come to Zuleika because two generations down, you have Zuleika Patel, who walks the streets of Pretoria, marching for her own form of liberation, to be able to wear her hair in the natural form at school. That now is a manifestation of oppression on a tangible level on a woman's body, to not be able to wear your hair in its natural form at school. 2 different marches in Pretoria, one in 1956, and another, I think, in 2016. Now, how do you internalize that as a youth now, Zuleika, to see the liberation that Mme Sophie de Bruyn fought for, you living that liberation, but also having your own generational fight in 2016, some 60 years later?
Thank you very much, Olwetu. Essentially, to answer your question of how I internalize that, how I've always internalized that is that the reason why that particular moment in time happened in 2016 is because our democracy focused more on a law change and a constitutional change instead of a structural institutional change. And that shows that we've still got a long way to go in terms of institutional change in our country, and not reform, but complete radical change in our institution, because there's a lot of policies upheld in our institutions, and I'm going to particularly touch on institutions that are historically white-only institutions, institutions historically built by white male figures, right? A lot of those policies in those institutions take away the bodily right of black women, right? The bodily right and autonomy of black women over their bodies, right? And I think that there hasn't been much of a focus on changing the individual policies within those institutions and fighting for a radical institutional change within our structures across the country.
Kosi, I'd like to rope you in here. Fighting the status quo is physically, mentally, spiritually just draining. Now, within the sports spaces, is there still stamina to still be fighting these battles? In the sports, arts, and culture, I mean, it's been a constant struggle to get women to be recognized at equal level, yet I think we're far better in those spaces than our male counterparts. But is there still stamina to keep fighting and keep pushing? And what will it take for us to say, Yazin, Seskatele, are we there yet?
Always not exactly, but we are going the right direction. If you can see, as of today, as I'm wearing my African hat representing Africa, Auntie Sophie 66 years ago fought for this. We are going to host the African countries on the 20th, just 2 weeks, in 2 weeks' time, here in Pretoria. So there is stride that is taking place. The government on our side is very supportive. Yes, it's slow. We are still fighting. We'll keep on fighting. But with the government of the day, for us as netball especially, we are very, very happy because there is a support, a great support. We're coming from the Commonwealth. We saw what is happening. There are challenges, yes, because it's still, we have to fight for transformation. 66 years, we're still fighting that. We need to be there. But you know why? It's because our infrastructure in the location, the township, doesn't allow us that. If you check in the squad as of now, you'll see that it's dominated by those that have universities. Go to Eastern Cape. We're not represented there by down Ekaleni in Eastern Cape because there's no infrastructure. But they are trying. They are trying because there is teams. There's 9 teams in fact, it's 13 teams in the TNL. So we are assisted by the Telkom. So in saying that is that in sport, although the men is still dominating, so we're not yet equal. It's not a secret. It's an open secret. We are struggling to even bring back the males. Maybe little did they know that the netball do have males. We're not there we were in the Commonwealth only, but comes Olympic, we're not qualified to play in Olympic because we're not bringing in the males. We're not there, but we're here as women. But as women today of netball, for me, development that we are giving and in the location, especially in Gauteng, I'll talk because I'm very proud of what the Gauteng department is doing. The office of the MEC is bringing now the club development back to basic. We just launched the Netball Wednesday. So that's something that is doing. We are collaborating with schools because as we don't have infrastructure, there are those that were privileged before that do have the white school. So we are going to to have that collaboration from, I think, 2 weeks ago, on the 27th we launched. There we are using those infrastructure just to bridge the gap. So as women, I am very proud. There's a lot that the government needs to assist. There's a lot that the public sector needs to come in. As women as well, we need to be recognized, because each and every us of here in this house, I think 9 out of 10 of us here, there are girl that is playing netball. But is it showing outside? No, it's not. Because we are still struggling. We're still struggling in the township. We don't have money. We don't have facilities. That's a main problem. But with the legacy, I want to charge, we are hosting the first World Cup in the African soil. And it's happening here in South Africa. So as I'm saying that we are making strides, government assisted us, as small as we are in this industry, we are leading in women's sport. But today, yes, I'm happy I see black, green, but I was thinking that everyone will be wearing this t-shirt. This is our t-shirt for 2023 World Cup in Cape Town. And as a home of champion, we're always proud as Gauteng. Let us show, but there is a way. As I'm saying, we are 80% there in partnering with the government. We need other stakeholders to come in so that we can see that women now, that socio-economic, that emancipation, will see it, but we're not going to see it as we are alone. We need everybody to come and assist. What Auntie Sophie fought for 66 years ago, it needs to bear fruit, and the time is now.
And what do you think is one of the core issues of why we don't have enough support for women's sport in the country? Like you're mentioning, netball is pretty big, and our women's netball team does extremely well. But there's also, we look at the dynamics within our communities and at home. It is that black women don't necessarily have, black women firstly are the #1 providers in the home. Over 60% of our country is women-led. And those particular women don't have time to be investing, they don't have a lot of time to be investing into their children or into their children's sporting and extracurricular activities. How do we bridge that gap? How do we collaborate to bridge that gap? Because you spoke about some schools within cities, and white schools have the resources, they have the know-how. How do we, coming back to Mme Sophie's point about coming together, unifying, collaborating, how can we do that better to be able to feed into the sporting culture, especially for women in this country?
You know, as of today, it's like disappointing to still fight for transformation. That's where it started. Because, you know, in netball, we are 7 in the court. We're just fighting for 2. That's where we need to start. I know that in 2012, the former minister was totally saying, if you don't adhere to that gap, we're not going to see any World Cup coming in South Africa. So we need to start there. But as women as well, we need to support each other. So Aunt Sophie is true. We're not supportive, but when you go to the stadium for soccer, it's us. It's full. We need support from the males. Males must see us as important as we see them as important. So for now, I think it's sponsorship. The sponsors, we don't have it. You know why today the soccer is famous? Because they've got lots of sponsors. Rugby, the cricket, we saw what happened in just 2 days ago in Nelspruit. It was full to capacity with different sponsors. We need the private sector to come so that we as women will make that noise to be heard. But government alone cannot do it. So we need an assistant to all of us, women, children, everyone, schools coming together. Those companies that can afford must come together. I want to just to charge, I think when you were watching the Commonwealth, Uganda beat us. Beat us flat. We were #1 in Africa 2 weeks ago. I am not sure. We need to fight in 2 weeks' time that we must become #1. How many of us, how many in this room knows that netball is the African champ? I'm happy that the ladies, Banyana, they are known that they are the African champion. So as we as netball, because we don't have sponsors. We've got limited sponsors. Those that are there, they're just for specific. We need For the first time, I know that netball contracted 24 players. We're starting to be professional, but we cannot do it alone. We need a support. We need support from all spheres. We need, especially on the private sector, because that's where they need to support us, because they've got resources, they've got everything. Their university, they need to allow us to come and use those sporting facilities. However, I'm so grateful as well. You go to Soweto, we don't have that much of the arena. When you look at Birmingham, that hall was taking 7,000. We don't have it in South Africa. We are going for the World Cup with 3,000 ICC, but we are getting there. So Soweto do have it because of what? People like, sponsors like Nike. When you go to Klipspruit, you'll find there is an indoor. So we are slowly, especially when you come to the city of Joburg, we'll find most of the infrastructure, that what we need to bridge this gap so that netball will be known. And if we have this combi court coming together and they know that netball is there, then how we're going to bridge the gap. But without that infrastructure that we are needing, we'll still have to be just there at the back, while we need to be shining as the biggest, as #1 sport. I'm not sure away that netball is the most playing sport in South Africa. After the soccer, it's us. But in terms of women, it's us. We are #1, but it doesn't show. We need an assistant to all of us coming together like they did. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the achievement. Even in your corner when you're cooking in the kitchen, when your little one's saying, Mommy, I want to play netball, support. As of now, today, I'm speaking here, we are in Potchefstroom, national champ. It's not televised because we don't have that airtime. We don't have airtime. In order for us to have airtime, we need sponsors. They need money. This world is about the money. How are we going to make sure that women's voice through sports, because this is uniting. Through sports, we are here. It's only when we get that sponsorship, it's only when we are together and everyone is talking about it. I'm not sure whether you know that in September there is a Premier's Cohesion game, just to socialize, and I know that at 3:30 the Premier is going to play soccer. We want to see that changing. Premier must come and play netball. That's how we're going to advertise our netball. So Premier must be the one who is advertising us.
You need to put in some practice.
So those are the things that when our leaders as well in the platform talking, let's talk about women. Let's talk about the women's sport. How are you going to make sure that women are equal to the men?
And I think what I love most about sport and how I've seen sport be able to contribute so positively to the lives of young people, especially young women within communities, it keeps them busy, it keeps them occupied, and also emphasizes on the element of education, being able to support the sport. And, you know, a lot of the sporting movements that I've seen, a lot of the sporting coaches encourage participation within the academics in order to advance, in order to go play internationally. And, you know, coming to the point of education and supporting the education as well as the extracurricular activities, I want to come to you, Dr. Mlauli, who is, I think, the first PhD in fashion graduate coming out of Africa. She comes back into the country and creates a creative hub that houses creatives within her space and is able to mentor them, lift them, give them resources to be able to develop them to get into the market and to economic market. I want to come to you. I think there are so many learnings that we can take from different sectors and different industries and apply them across the board. Again, we come back to the point of Mme Sophie saying, we are not collaborating enough. We're working in silos. We're not being cohesive enough to come together and say, here's the education aspect. This is how we can create spaces, and this is how we can be able to take our know-how and create the economics out of it. Where do you think we're missing the gap in that?
Thank you very much. I don't know whether it's working this.
I think your mic works.
It's working. Oh, thank you very much, Program Director, honorable guests, all protocol observed. I can say I concur with what Umama said, Mme Sophie. It is very interesting when you've said that I was the first PhD holder. Yes, I started here in South Africa studying, maybe one of the first black kids to say I want to explore in fashion in the 90s. and was blessed to get a scholarship, went abroad and studied now fashion economics in terms of looking at the entire value chain. And I was taken by the DTI in the 2000 to come back and head the textiles and clothing and footwear industries. I was one of the key people who would try to teach our principals that fashion is not runways and the models. Fashion, it is the backbone of the manufacturing sector. In the country, we look at manufacturing. What are they manufacturing if they leave the designers behind? Because when you look at it all over the world, now we're talking about H&M, there's all these conglomerates, if you talk about the fashion retailers. Why are they in South Africa? Because we have the consumers. We've seen now, when you look at Incentive, we've got all the Chanels, the Louis Vuitton. Why are they here? They won't come here for fun. They're here because they are consumers who can consume those products. But here, us as South Africans, we leave behind what God has given us, creativities in Africa. We've taken designers and expose them to spaces like the fashion weeks and all over. But no one is nurturing them in terms of development, because you cannot just look at those people sewing there and leave them like that. There's need to look at the entire value chain. How do they cost that product? How do they make sure that product is marketed very well? How do they go and attend the exhibitions? And more than anything else, going to what Mme Sophie has mentioned, it is about working together. There is no way that you can expose a designer without an infrastructure in terms of developing that product. Designers are creatives. They are just designing, but they're not manufacturers. But what we do, we leave them behind there as clusters, as Mama said. And nobody's looking at how can we enhance them and ensure that the designers, they've got a backup in terms of the cut, make and trimmers, in terms of manufacturing, so that they can make the volumes. So now we expose them to the exhibitions. They come back, they can't even meet an order of 1,000 items because they do not know how to do it. So all I'm saying is that if you can look at the entire, it's a very interesting industry because it is an easy industry to do. If you look at froggy shoes, froggy shoes, people who are manufacturing those shoes, they are doing them from home. They take the inputs and go to their homes, they teach them how, and they collect afterwards. It has been done by Italians. When you go to Sicily, the women who are manufacturing, there was one interesting label called, it was United Colors of Benetton. Those things are manufactured from home. Systems can allow that because women, we still are mothers, we still are nurturers, we're still gonna be home. But all I'm saying is that you come with all these ideas, but there is nothing that is coming. Let's say we look at the 3 spheres of government, the provincial, we took at the national and the local. They must come together if they want to build this industry. It is an easy industry to start because how much is a sewing machine? It's 3,000 rand. I mean, the barriers to entry are easier on this sector than any other sector. And when you talk about the creatives, the designers, they design. Somebody is just to assist them and say, okay, you've designed this. Let me assist you on this and show you how to do the technical drawing out of this. How do you take this so that a person who's going to sew, to make a pattern, they can understand what were you trying to do. And from there, we can do so much in the country if you can really look at the industry. Thank you.
And I mean, it speaks back to the myth that women cannot work together. We can work together. And I mean, days like this are also just a reflection of just perhaps how fragmented we are in being able to work together. So coming back to that point, Mme Sophie, what are some of the recommendations that you have of how we can take days like this and conversations like this and move forward and build on?
It's a matter of you must work together and you should work together. And it shouldn't be a difficult thing. I was speaking at the graves of Mom Lillian and Mom Helen, and late Mum Rahima Musa. And I was explaining there at the grave how the women of 1956 did it with no resources. I think there's a number of you here, especially in the ANC Women's League, that knows the story. We have spoken about the story. Now, Nomvula know the story. Our other comrades know the story, how the women of 1956 mustered 20,000 women with no resources. We had nothing. There were no deep pockets. There were no funders at that time. Nothing. The women used their own meager resources, the little bit that they had. And I was saying to the crowd yesterday at the graveside that when those of us who organized the march, we went to the different parts of our country. We only had the 4 provinces at that time, as you know, Transvaal, Natal, Cape, and Free State. So we divided ourselves and went. I come from Port Elizabeth, the Eastern Cape. And we went to the Eastern Cape because we needed to get reports of how they were doing in organizing and mobilizing women in the Eastern Cape. And we got there in the morning when we arrived. The women were already waiting for us. And they had their branch meeting and got ready to report to us. The women, when it was tea time, so to speak, one woman got up to make some tea, and she sold that tea a cup for a tikkie. It was still during the pounds, shillings, and pence. It's their branch meeting, and they are raising funds for the march. So a cup of tea was a tikkie, and a scone was a tikkie, which made it a 6p. Other women took their own fowls from their yards, slaughtered it, made a chicken curry with mealie rice, sold it for a shilling. That was fundraising. They depended on nobody. They felt that if they don't have the money, they must find the money. And they must raise the money. And they raise it out of their own stores, their backyards, their pantries. And that fundraising amounted to £90 for 2 railway coaches to take the women to Pretoria. They went with their own scaftons, meaning their own lunch boxes. What was in it? Perhaps a slice, few slices of brown bread with whatever. Others took a piece of fish with puff, and so on. They depended on no one. And they went to Pretoria, and they got to Pretoria. So I'm just trying to say, sometimes when you don't know where to turn to get funding, you just have to do it yourself, and you'll find a way.
Zuleika, when you're listening to Mme Sophie speak right now, I know that in this generation, there tends to be the conversation that we have in our little areas and our little silos of, well, you didn't quite have a choice, did you? Right? And then we sometimes come to loggerheads with the generation that come before us and our grandmothers, in that, you know, I want to hold somebody else accountable. I actually want to hold somebody else accountable. Do you feel that? Do you resonate with that? What made you say, you know what, actually, I actually want to hold somebody else accountable right now. I can't be fighting the fight of basic economics and bodily rights in 2016 and beyond. I want somebody to be held accountable for my lack of ability to move and be free. I don't want to have to do things that my parents and grandparents already did.
I think that in terms of my generation having the sense of wanting to hold somebody else accountable comes from the fact that we've gone through a certain type of socialization from the time we started school. We've gone through the socialization that nothing needs to be done because we are born free. Everyone born post-94 can relate to that socialization, having gone through from primary up until you matriculate. Then that builds the sense of you want to hold someone accountable, like for example, wanting to hold the government accountable, because you ask yourself, I mean, you've been in power for the past 28 years, going on 29. Why can't I hold you accountable? Why am I doing things similar to what the generation of my parents, my grandmother did, right? That's where that sense of wanting to hold someone else accountable, right, comes from. I believe that I can't pinpoint anything else but that socialization we've had to go through, right? But just to answer personally, I personally think that we're all accountable we all need to hold ourselves accountable, because I do tend to sympathize with the fact that perhaps it's not just the government's fault only, because I mean, looking at what the kind of the state of the country they had to take on in 1994, deal with fixing that alone, it's almost like they were also essentially shot in the foot with this kind of state of a country they had to take on and fix and undo years and centuries of very well thought through oppression, which they knew when they sowed in that oppression would last for centuries to come. So I tend to sympathize and think that it's not just their fault and we shouldn't just hold them accountable only, because I do think that, like Frantz Fanon says, every generation must find its own unique cause and take on its own struggle for liberation. And looking at what the generation of my grandmothers and my parents, theirs was a struggle of political freedom. And perhaps my generation is meant to hold itself accountable for a struggle for economic emancipation, as well as hold itself accountable to ensure that the generation that comes after us doesn't deal with the question of psychological emancipation.
Thank you. Dr. Mlauli, what does that accountability then look like in action in economics for women in this country?
I'm going to just focus on this sector. As you said earlier on, you can knock in government and do so much, but if you don't take power into your hands and do something about it, no one is going to listen to you. I started a program, it's called the Creative and Technology Hub South Africa, that is hosting the creatives. One of the key things that I'm sure nobody even realizes is that even our size, the sizes of the clothes that we buy from shops, is not based on our bodies in South Africa. It's based on your American size chart. So I said to myself, let me take power into my hands and start sizing, because you find shame women, especially, I mean, we all have bums. I like what you were talking about, bums and hips. And when they're sitting in restaurants, they have to slowly always pull up. You know that pulling up is not their fault. It's because the sizes of clothes, they're not meant for their bodies. So I'm talking about a simple project like that. It looks like simple, but it is an important project. We look at incubation of designers, because even if you come from at whatever University of Technology, there's no way you can understand what is happening in the real life, in the real world. So we bring those and teach them what is happening in the real world. And then we also look at what I've spoke about earlier on, the infrastructure for designers, the manufacturing space, so that designers, they can focus on designing. Then there can be somebody who can interpret their designs and make the value chain to work. We've got spaces like that, and we've started working on a very interesting project with the National Department of Arts, Sports and Culture, on different provinces, because we also do travel the provinces, because that's where you find people in the rural areas. They don't know what to do. There's no food on the table, and yet they say they can sew. So we've been doing quite a bit on that. So all I'm saying is that we can take power into our hands and start doing something. And once you start something, everybody will follow. I love one of my ex-principals who used to say that, Dr. Mlauli, everybody wants to jump on a horse that is riding. Thank you.
Kosi, from a sports perspective, who should we be holding accountable for how we move this country forward for sports for women?
No one, us. Everyone that is here must be accountable. So we cannot say it's government, no. As Mme Sophie is correctly so, that they did that in 1956. Why not us? So it cannot be one person. But all I'm saying is that we are looking for that private-public partnership is very important. Everyone must come on board in this sport, especially the one for women. When you give us, the woman emancipation is very important. When we've got skills and equipment and everything, we are going to the burden will be less in the social development. You know why I'm saying that? It's not a secret that the informal settlement, the last time I checked in Gauteng, we're about 126. Those are the girls. We as netball do have the informal settlement netball that is going to play on the 24th. How are we going to do that? It's because everyone is coming on board. The netball, when we're playing there's a lot of things. When you come to the sport of netball, you come and bring your sanitary towels. That's something, is working together, that one. When you're coming to netball, you bring your old tickets that you're sitting at home just to assist that girl. When those girls from informal settlement coming to sport, they are away from the abuse, they are away from getting pregnant, because they will still playing there. So we need everyone. So the women in sport is very important, especially netball. We need the assistance from, let us work together. There was a slogan that working together we can do more. In this case, to save the girl child. You need to come together for the girl child, especially in this women's sport. As I said, that when you give us the platform, there's a lot. Education must come on board, because when we take them, they want to go to school to play. As I'm saying, it's very important the sports on Wednesday that the government is doing, because once they are at school, they are safe. There's no way that after school, then they come to us as federation, so they are secured. So give us that support, all of us, the banks, everybody. As we are going for the African qualifiers, the Premier and MEC, we want to make sure that the bus that is going to fetch Tanzania, Eswatini, or Uganda is driven by women. We want to make sure that the crew, SuperSport has already done that. The crew that is going to work in 2023, it's all women that you're going to see. So that is how we're going to grow as women. Everybody, they must become our assistant now. It's time for us to shine, because when you go out and compete with men, we become deputies. So in our own, we're not a deputy. We are women. From the president is a woman, down to the executive. We're all women. So we need support on that one. So thank you, Mme Sophie, for making sure that today we can proudly say we are hosting Africa, we are hosting the world. Come next year, the women's future is very bright. The little one in the location, you can go there, you'll see them playing in their barefoot, but it doesn't matter, because we know that tomorrow, any of us here in the house will come forth and say, these are the tickets, these are the netball posts, these are the nets. These are the netball. So together we will do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Mme Sophie, how proud does it make you feel to see how far we have come, to know that the walk to the Union building was not in vain?
I have many emotions, and my heart fills up with pride and joy when I see the achievements that our women have made, really and truly. And many times when there is a banquet where I'm invited, and I see the beautiful tables, splendidly decorated with the best of silver, the whitest white tablecloths, and all the finery. And everybody, young and old, women, men sitting there. And I think back of how in our days, these things were not there. And the kind of fundraising that we did, just like that, you know, in barnyards, in halls, dusty halls, and backward way, in a backward way. And today there are so many opportunities. And when I said that we just have to find money and do it, I think of how today there are all these resources. There are all these deep pockets and funders. And there are all new ways of making money. Why is it so difficult that we can't have money for sports, for netball? What is it that we don't do right? And I think our country is a rich country. But we know that it is still a divided country, and it is the greatest problem is there is more poverty than what there is wealth among a few people. So this wealthy country of ours that we live in, which is sometimes known as a third world country, I don't know how third world we are when we look at all the splendor and all the wealth. And I don't understand why we continue to have poverty, so much of it, and we are getting poorer, our people are getting poorer. And like the saying goes, the rich are getting richer. What is it? What is this disjointment? So, yes, we have come a long way. There has been so much progress in women. Women are making good progress. And our women are all over. We just don't know enough. But the good thing is that there are so many women that do things that is not known to the greater public. The public don't know what is happening in the villages, what young women do in the villages to uplift their communities, to bring relief to children, to orphans, and how they turn their homes into orphanages. So yes, we are getting there, but we can get closer. And I want to appeal to us, all of us here, to have a change in our thinking, in the sense that we just don't think of our own organization. And I think we will somehow overcome our weaknesses in our country if we really and truly make up our minds to join forces, all of us, every formation, every charity, every foundation, every group should come together. I make that appeal and form this one gigantic organization and have it, all these other formations should be under the umbrella of this organization. And I know it can be done. We are very, very good organizer. And I look at Nombula there, she's a major organizer. And other women, I also know of the branch that I belong to, of the wonderful young people in that branch 90 in Johannesburg. Where are you? Yeah, there you are. Wonderful young people there in that project. It's very hard working. But mentioning Nombula, I want to pay I want to make a special acknowledgement to Nombula. Nombula is the person, the woman, when she was a premier, for all of you to know that when she was a premier, she had this passion, this absolute passion about the 1956 women. And she is the one that initiated the statues standing here in Pretoria of the 4 women leaders. And she made it possible. And I want you to stand up, Nombula, and say, and I say thank you. I say thank you out of the bottom of my heart. Gratitude on behalf of those mothers, your grannies, your great-grandmothers for the younger ones. Mom Lillian, Mom Helen, Mom Rahima, Mom Albertina, Mom Bertha Goa, she was the greatest organizer, Mom Goa, for the African National Congress Women's League. One of the best in the country. Mom Rita Mzanga, still alive. There is also Mom Ruth Momparty and our wonderful white comrades, Ruth First, on behalf of all of them that are no longer with us, that are living in the afterlife, who is so sad and heartbroken and turning in their graves for what is happening in the country and what is happening to our women, the atrocities, the gender-based violence, and all the ills that you know of. They are turning in their graves. And we here that are still alive must make sure that they will rest in peace by coming together and forming this one organization and work together to rid our country from all the scourges that is bedeviling our nation and destroying our beautiful countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us your attention during our panel discussion. I'm going to open up just for two questions max, because we really don't have time and we're behind on time. There's one question over there, one more, and then there's one over there, and we'll then close off our panel discussion. Is there a roaming mic? I can only take 2. I'll do one last one. One last one. Is it? You can come up.
Yeah.
Malibongwe! Malibongwe! Long live the ANC Women's League. My question to you, panelists, is we know that there are many different issues facing women. we have mental health, we have abuse, we have socio-economic, we have sex workers. I mean, we can stand here for days. Often we can either take an intersectional approach where we fight for all the struggles at the same time, or do you think that there is one struggle that can emancipate and open up the space to fight all of them? And if so, what is that struggle that you think that this generation should focus on? As you said that before, it was the political freedom. And now I think it's about making that political freedom, because we know that our country, specifically women, are not free. So how do we make that political freedom be felt in every single woman's life on a practical implication? Thank you.
To answer the question that came through, firstly, I believe that all our struggles are interconnected. No struggle stands alone on its own and is a struggle on its own. Everything is interconnected and exists as one. But I think in order to bridge the gap for women to feel one step closer to feeling emancipated, we must prioritize the socio-economic emancipation of women, particularly empowering the township economy, empowering the girl child to stay in school, because we have girl children that are unable to stay in school in disadvantaged communities due to being unable to afford sanitary towels, and also girl children who get preyed on by pedophiles. And we have a serious issue of teenage pregnancies, which we tend to focus on the girl child, but the girl children don't impregnate themselves. There are men who are pedophiles we should be focusing on. And so, talking again about the socio-economic emancipation of women is focusing and prioritizing the employment of young black women, being the demographic of our population that is harshly affected by unemployment, empowering the township economy, empowering salons owned by women in townships, plaza shops, taverns owned by women in townships, where that is the economy that is serving and feeding families in the township, right? And I emphasize the socio-economic emancipation of women because when you talk about gender-based violence, a large percentage of women remain in toxic marriages, abusive marriages, because they are not the breadwinner and because of the financial dependence they have on an abusive man. And if we can focus on the socio-economic emancipation of women, ensuring we allocate more bursaries to STEM-related, male-dominated career fields, especially career fields that are able to emancipate us with the current challenges we're facing, like load shedding and so on and so forth. STEM and IT-related degrees, where women are not largely represented in those degrees, allocating more bursaries, particularly to young black women from disadvantaged rural and township backgrounds, ensuring that we can allocate free sanitary towels in each and every single public high school and primary school for the girl child to be able to stay in school, empowering women that own taverns, plaza shops, salons in townships to ensure that these women are financially dependent and do not need to depend on remaining in an abusive marriage or abusive relationship, creating post-graduation programs for young women once they step out of university, because we're dealing with the gap whereby once students have graduated and step out of the university space, where do they go? What do they do with the qualification at hand? Creating programs that are centered around gaining skills, as mentioned by my fellow panelists, gaining skills, and those skills being able to allow them to step into the job sector and truly making a space, and not a small space, but a large space for women in the economy, is how I believe will ensure that women truly feel emancipated.
Before the next question comes, there's just a question there, then I'll come and then I'll go there. But before the next question, I just want, Mme Sophie, can all these things be done all at once?
No. It can't be done all at once. It has to be done. You see, so much has gone wrong. And there's so much that still needs to be done. And like we say, Rome hasn't been built in a day. So it will not be tomorrow or next month. It will still take some time. And there must be a sense of patience. We've had so much patience in the past, but we must understand that if we want to do things properly, we have to take our time at looking at it. We've made a lot of mistakes right now in our country because things are being done haphazardly. And a lot of things are being done cut and paste, so to speak. So we must learn from our mistakes and see that when we do things, that when we want something done, some important thing done, must really take our time to look at it properly and to do it correctly. So therefore I would think that it isn't something that will be done or can be done immediately.
I love the conversation that we're having because we're bridging gaps, right? There's so much that we can learn from the generation, Mme Sophie de Bruyn, in playing the long game, because we tend to be so impatient as young people. It's so important that we do bridge that gap. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we've run out of time. We have so run out of time. We're very slim on time right now. I'm so sorry. We've run out of time, and I've been asked to really, to kind of round things up. Up next, I'd like to just welcome a dance performance, which will then lead us into... Okay. Sorry. Okay. Just a minor interjection in the program.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have a quick question. My name is Bitumelo Tage. I have a quick question, and it's directed to Zuleika Patel. So we're here today, and we're referring to women empowerment and women emancipation, and I think a lot of money was spent here to have this program take place. So my question is, what is it that we can do for sustainability to ensure that we actually have implementation of a lot of the things that we have discussed here today? Thank you.
I'm sorry, they say, there's what they say, listen to the youth. You've got to listen to the kids. So I couldn't say no. So Zuleika, would you like to answer that question quickly?
To answer the question, I think it's simple. The answer to the question is that as a country, we've got fantastic PR. I give it to us. But I think the time for PR must come to an end. And I believe that now we must start to invest the money in partnering and collaborating with NPOs, community-based NPOs, working with young people in communities, to partner with them to create long-term sustainable programs instead of once-off events. I think that's truly the only answer to the question. And also using that funding to also support women-owned businesses that work around the empowerment of women. For example, you own Art of Superwomen. That works around the empowerment of women, right? And I believe it's also about empowering those businesses and working with businesses like that to create long-term programs that work within communities, where programs are required in communities to uplift the girl child, take the girl child out of dark parts of the streets, and also empower a young woman sitting at home without nothing to do in a community.
Thank you, Zuleika. Thank you so much. Is Nakanjani dance group ready? Thank you. I think you guys will come onto the stage. You can just prepare to come onto stage as we round up this panel discussion. Thank you so much. There are so many amazing points that we took away from the panel discussion today. More especially the takeaways is to unify as women. The main point we took away is to unify as women and to really collectivize and to be able to start doing the work on a grassroots level with the women's organizations all collectivizing and coming together. As women, we are so much more powerful together. Naganjani, over to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. A special word of gratitude to Mme Sophie de Bruyn, to Zuleika Patel, to Dr. Mlauli, as well as Kosi Dlamini for their participation in today's panel and the amazing conversation that we had. I'd like to release our panel from the stage. If they so wish, you can step down. Zuleika, Ma, you're more than welcome to step down. Releasing you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for today's participation. I'd like to welcome Zahara onto stage. Our next performance is by Zahara. She is coming on stage just now. Thank you.
Hey!
all stand up for this song. It's celebrating, I think it's 105 years now. It was written by Mfundi Sutoyo when he saw what was happening in our world. And then song Kendiakela just for them and all the fallen heroes. Hamato, Hamato, Wathinta abafazi enkosini xa bendinoma
Yeah.
Malweni, happy Women's Day. Oh, my thing is right there. Enkosi wethu. Umthwalo wami uyanizenda, andiyacela ndiphathise. Sakho anifuna ufana nabani yesela yanisenda I don't have much time. I only got 20 minutes left to go on stage, so I can't sing all of them. Loli celebrating 11 years now. Ndiyavuya to come and celebrate with the women in the Women's Day and the Union buildings. I know I've got limited time. I'm going to try and do this second album. Since I'm celebrating 11 years in the industry, even though I look young, it's okay. Pendula, 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 oh pendula, 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 oh pendula, 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 mali mali bayi sesibulala nangenxa yakho mali bangi yesono sesibulala nangenxa yakho wemali wezuka notiki undenza ntoni na sibulala nangenxa yakho mngodi ndizimela ngawe mngodi ndizimela ngawe beni uyazi nzosuswa ngubani beni uyazi nzosuswa ngubani. Before I do my 2 last songs, izoba wrong kum if ningama apha after Sis Brenda Fassie gave us a voice as young women and as young ladies and young girls. My mom Mary Makeba understood the meaning of being a woman. I would love to think that I want to carry on those footsteps. And every time when I sing my songs, the song that I'm about to sing is for all women. It's called Umfazi. Abafazi bazo understand akebona. Ngoba I watched my mom's life and I watched Mama Winnie's life. That come what may, put that duku. That means you can carry whatever it is on your shoulders. Umfazi, strength of every woman.
Within, you may get it down today. She will surely come around. Strength of a woman comes from within. You can get it down today. She will surely come around. Uzane mkolo ibuhlungu inhliziyo azisenzeni lenzalo ibuhlungu inhliziyo
Avumi
ibuhlungu inhliziyo
ngizamubopha amaqonya ami ezandla zami zidangile
ibuhlungu inhliziyo
Launika konke nesizalo sami ngoku ndiyampampatha ngoku andiyazi beliphi ixesha lonke mna ndinifuna
azizenzeni
nenzalo yam ibuhlungu inhliziyo yam. Before my last song, like I said, this is Brenda Fass and Mama Miriam. You hang around with your promises, thinking that you truly be. I don't need your explanation, honey, so leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave me alone. You're confusing me with your promises, thinking that you truly be. I don't need your explanation, honey, so leave me alone. Leave me alone, 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 leave me alone. I don't need your promises. Are they tantalize? I don't need you. I don't need you. Tend to lies, tend to lies. Bafana zipena, ezingomo zobao. Here bafana zipena, ezingomo zobao. Webafana tatani zintugu, awebafana tatani zintugu, niyo pege zingomo zobao, yasikangeni, eziyolobolanganina, kaniyeki ngomo zobao, zemkanomoya. Bolangana kani yekin como zobawo zemano moya yendake zulu yandilandila yendake yandilandil odewan nindais oyandilandila. Ewote kwaninta gezlo yandila ndila. Salute kwan. Asi.
ilizwe lonke lilichikile ndifuna impendulo ndajonga phezulu ubani lona onguye utekwane Oliver Town
abanositv
bayandilandela bathi baphetha amathamsanqa baphethe intsikele bayandilandela bathi baphetha amathamsanqa baphethe intsikele
yandilandela uyandilandela yandilandela uyandilandela yandilandela indagez yandilandela kuthebani indagez yandilandela yandilandela yandilandela
Baba Mandela
yandilandela yandilandela uyandilandela Tewan nyone Zulu Tewan nyone bendirongo babayini bethunani ke rest in peace Robbie Malinga babayini ndiyabulela halala kuzimbokoto zonke and the protocol is observed. Awusenguzile ngizetrawulini lenhlelini bami sibukela ibhola siwoshaya ama-drinks ini mangithi phapha yo baby asabosele ngisetrawulini bese sendithi awukhathali ubhedeshana nendlela awusafunda umzi wakho abantwana bakho bebekhala ubusuku bonke benirongo selulwalele baby benirongo baby sokapinde benirongo selulwalele baby benirongo dikhathazane nomoya wakho Zeboshaya ama-drinks manethi phapha Yo, baby, sekosele ngisetravelele benzele nabangani bami sibukela ibhola siboshaya ama-drinks mane sipapa yo baby sekosile ngisetravelele bese sendithi awukhathali ubhedeshana nendlela awusafuni umuzi wakho abantwana bakho bebekhala ubusuku bonke lelirongo elonqalele baby lelirongo baby something lelirongo elonqalele baby lelirongo tikhathazane nomoya wakho baby, let it roll. Baby, songs that be there. Yeah, baby, let it roll. Tikatazane no moya wako. Baby, let it roll. Baby, songs that be there. Let it roll. Baby, let it roll.
Ibingenguwe Zahara berongo sithe besirongo yazi ukube kuZahara ngoku sithe besirongo. Next I'd like to welcome MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, Ms. Mbali Hlophe, who will be doing an introduction of the Premier. Thank you so much.
Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Ansebahle. Premier, today is a celebration. Abo Mama Baya celebrator. And I assure you we have a lot more entertainment coming forward. Someone was whispering to me, Bati, there's another big artist that's coming. Abana Batandu, Judith Supuma. We have a lot more entertainment coming. But before we get to all the celebrations and more performances, Bengcela, angithi sicale ngemarch namhlanje. So we were marching for women's issues. We were marching for some of the challenges that remain there, that need to be dealt with. We had a panel discussion, Mme Sophie. Thank you, Mama, for being with us. And we had this intergenerational discussion where the different generations could engage and speak and discuss where do we come from and where are we going. So today we're going to also present to Premier, before I announce him to come and give us the keynote address, Bengcela MEC Mazibuko, if she can just come forward, Jovicho. Jovicho! Nkosi Mazibuko, she's going to hand over a memorandum yethu that women were marching for to Premier, and then Premier will give us the keynote address where he will address and indicate what a province yenzani on women's issues. Ngiyabonga.
Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta abafazi. Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Thank you very much, MEC Hlophe, for allowing us an opportunity to be able to present to Premier the grievances we have as women. I'm going to invite Comrade Esther, Comrade Dibuo, Comrade Dudu from Westland. Where's Comrade Pumeza? I'm short of one CDB REC member. They will read it first, Premier, and then as you come up the stage, you will have a sense of what are the issues. Pumeza upi? Oh, Koko, Comrade Koko, I saw Koko. CD Ben, yes, thank you very much. We also have Bishop Chabile from PWMSA, Sondelam Bishop. She's representing all women. One woman from sports, come. One sport fan, Siakela Ma. Thank you very much. We'll allow Mme Esther to read the memorandum.
Amandla! Amandla! Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Greetings, Mama Nibahle. Sawubona Premier. Comrade Premier, that's read our memorandum. We, the women of Gauteng, recognize the need to defend the gains of women emancipation and the advancement of the right to non-sexist, non-racial, just and equal society. We gather here today standing on the shoulders of the women of 1956, united against the atrocities committed on women, children, the elderly and LGBTIQIA+ persons. Having suffered injustice during apartheid regime, we continue to suffer at the hands of men during the democratic dispensation. Patriarchy, gender inequality, and the socio-economic deprivation of women persist, threatening our hard-earned democratic gains. The quadruple challenges of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and gender-based violence and femicide, which was declared a pandemic by the President, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, are momentous and continue to societal problems that affect the day-to-day lives of women and other vulnerable members in our societies. Incidents of sexual assault, rape, and murder have reached unprecedented proportion. We live in fear inside and outside our homes. Victims of GBVF suffer secondary victimization within the criminal justice system, starting from the police station to the clerks and the magistrates in our courts. We acknowledge the effort to implement the National Strategic Plan of GBVF. We commend the Gauteng Provincial Government Executive for approving the Gauteng Strategic Plan on GBVF and other efforts aimed at curbing the scourge of gender-based violence. However, more still needs to be done. Standing here, our demands are simple. All spheres of government must take firmer action, working with the community to put an end to GBVF. Intervention must be more preventative than reactionary. Intervention must also focus on changing the behavior of a perpetrator to prevent acts of GBVF. More efforts must be directed at educating young boys to ensure that they don't become perpetrators in the future. The criminal justice system must prioritize the rights of women, children, elderly, and the LGBTIQA+ persons of living in a safe and a secure society. Bail must not be granted to perpetrators of GBVF. Harsher sentences must be given to perpetrators of GBVF. All role players must monitor the implementation of Gauteng Strategic Plan of GBVF. The SAPS DVA must foremost ensure accurate court-ready information on the Section 508A and before all victims. Government must account quarterly on interventions made towards ending GBVF. Government must ensure that all Aberdeen mines are closed as they harbor criminals and terrorize women in our, and those criminals terrorize women in our communities. Premier, we say as women in Gauteng, enough is enough. We have seen it all. We don't want it to continue. It must end now, not tomorrow, now. We want a free community. Thank you very much.
This is mine.
Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta imbokodo. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta imbokodo. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta imbokodo. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta imbokodo. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Re a leboha bomme le bo-aus ba rona. Happy Women's Day, happy. Happy Women's Day, happy. Ke rata ho thoma ka tsela ena. I am very comfortable in the midst of women. And I am very safe in the midst of women. I can sit and march with women without making a speech, and I'm still very comfortable. So I thought, okay, today I should actually not make a speech. It's the day of women. Their voices must be heard. We must hear the voices of the musicians, the artists, the poets who are women. We must hear the voices of the panelists, the veterans who are women, the activists, the leaders from the different organizations, different pursuits, our girl children. We must hear their voice today. So I really want to resist making a speech. So the first thing I want to say is that greetings to you, the beautiful women of our country, the resilient women of our country, the brave women of our country, the fearless women of our country. Greetings to you. Just say to your neighbor, greeting to you, greetings to you. NgesiZulu bathi sawubona, and isiZulu simnandi, yes. isiZulu simnandi. When someone greets you in Zulu, they say sawubona. They acknowledge you. It means you exist. It's in the morning, it's at midday, ebusuku sawubona. Ngiyasithanda isiZulu. It doesn't matter. I see you even if I see you. Even if you are on the phone. NgesiZulu ngithi sawubona. You are in America or use Nkandla or use Limpopo. NgesiZulu ngithi sawubona mfowethu. Sawubona dadwethu. Sawubona mama. Ngiyakubona. I acknowledge you. You exist. I see you, even if I don't see you. So today is the day of women. Erenkili dumedise le ka Sepedi ke re thobela. Shate. Di Masiari. Abshen. Lochani. Molweni. You know, I like Xhosa. Yeah, molo sana. Yeah, molo sana molweni. If you are many molweni, wake up at midnight molo. The problem with my Sepedi is that you have to check what time it is. NgesiVenda, you must check what time it is. Fana nesilungu. Yabona. In English, it's a question. The greeting changes with time. And Afrikaans, you know. But I like the one, Molo sana. Yeah, Sawubona. Yeah. Simple, simple, simple. So the women of our country, the women of Gauteng, dumelang. Wabona Setswana le sona se easy. Dumela. Kajeno ke thome ka hore ke amohela memorandum wona. I receive. Halele ko kerekeng. I receive this memorandum. You know, in church, when you say, I receive. So I receive this memorandum. Not just to receive it. Mme Sophie, whose tradom was running away from the women in 1956. But they got there. The women got their tradom. I was not running away from the women today. We were marching with the women from the morning up to here. And we want government, democratic government must work with the women. Not just work for the women. The women want to be there when the problems are solved. When the decisions are made, they want to be in the decision making at the table where decisions are made. They want to be in the economy, in the boardroom, where money is, where decisions are made, where investment is. They want to sit there. They don't want us to do things for them. They want us to do everything with them, together. So, Aunt Sophie, I honor you. I honor you on behalf of the women of our country who marched, who fought all the battles. And I also want to honor generations after you of women who are here. So you are the symbol. You are the symbol of that symbol, but the women on the ground in communities who are fighting every day, who are fighting to put bread on the table, fighting gender-based violence, fighting the cost of living, fighting to make sure that there is business activity, there's income to feed their families. But I also honor women in government. Let me start with my predecessor. My predecessor, you know, it's long with problems. So you can end up saying, I condone when you mean I condemn, or say I condemn when you want to say I condone. That's the problem with English. So I don't know if predecessor means what. Mamkis, I respect you. Okay, you came before me as the premier. Nkela ume. Masimshaileni zandla. I see you, Mamkis. I see you. Sawubona. I want to honor the women I work with in the cabinet. MEC for Finance, Umama Onomantu Nkomorale Huku Malibongwe. Watinta Bafaze. Watinti Mbokoto. Imbokoto lo umholy word. The leadership. I want to honor the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture. She just came here. MEC Mbali Tope, I see you. Sawubona MEC Mbali Tope. MEC Faith Mazbuko Opelelepi. Chobicho. Sawubona Chobicho. I honor these women. I work with them. I work with them day and night. And let me tell you, if I was to start afresh again and be asked to who will be the best MEC for Finance, I will appoint you the MEC for Finance again. MEC Nkomora Lehuku, I will appoint you the MEC for Finance. There's no man who can do such a better job on the MEC for Finance than this woman. This is a tough job to be the MEC for finance. Kena tshwereng ditšhelete tsa mo Gauteng. A tlhokometseng budget ya rona. And let me tell you, mo Gauteng budget ya rona re sheba hore re na le gender-based budgeting. Re sheba hore tšhelete ena e ya ko kae, bana ba ko kae, bomme ba ko kae. Ha re sheba everything, our budget, we assess our budget, gender-based budgeting. Jovicho. Mosebetsi wa o tshwara maponesa o boima haholo. A robale Jovicho. Me Faith Mazibuko ke kopa o eme hape. Ke kopa o eme hape. You know, I work with women who work so hard. Me ona ha robale me ona. She goes everywhere. How tuntswe mutu, how lemetse mutu, how na le ngwana a lemetse, ha me a lemetse. Faith Mazibuko is the first person to arrive there in every part of Gauteng. Wa sebetsa me ona. I'm very comfortable to be on her side. Le nna ke tsamaya le ena up and down mantsibuwa re batana le ditsotsi. Ha re mo shapeleng matsoho se a bangena. A botsotsi se a bangena botsotsi. O na le Mme Sizakele, o kae Mme Sizakele? O na le teng mona o ile a tswa mona ke ba re ke chair of chairs. Le a mo tseba ke re Sizakele Nkosi le ena o na sebetsa le maponesa le Faith ba sebetsa bomme bana. Re na le bomme ba me Mamkhize mona o ko parlamenteng. Ema Mamkhize ko mo ke batla hore ba o bone. Mamphrithi Taba o se parliament. Bakhona omama basebenza ku legislature, basebenza ku parliament. Bateng babang mona. Sanbonana ama parliamentarians nama members we legislature. Emma Moku Judith Ochenchile lo ena mona. Base arishapele mbumbe bana matsoho. Ko provincial government, ko parliamenting, le ko legislature ba sebetsa. Ba teng ba ko cancelling. Ke tla o cancele jwale. Speaker, there were two men who joined this march with the women. The Speaker of Tshwane is one of them. The Speaker, the Masiari. So that it sounds a bit like Zulu, Sawubona. I want to acknowledge the women in the city. There are two MMCs from the city of Tshwane in the executive. Let's acknowledge the women in the executive of the city of Tshwane. MMC De Bruyn. There was where's the other? Where's your colleague? Osata Maile. We acknowledge our MMCs and our councillors. Zuleika, I want you to stand up again. Zuleika, the moon. This is our youth. She's full of firepower and energy. She represents young people in the Gauteng Youth Advisory Panel. I appointed them in June. In June, that fire that she's taking that fire into government. They are going to be sitting with every department to say, where are young people in what you are doing? But you remember, she also has a mandate. Where are the young women in what you are doing? Where are the youth? Nothing about the youth without the youth. Nothing about women without the women. Thank you very much, Zuleika. Firepower. Firepower. So I want to acknowledge Udogotela Wam. I want to come there with the MEC for for sports. We want to come and see this fashion stuff that you did a PhD on. We want to come to your hub. I told the MEC, take me to the hub. I want to see, because we want to support what you are doing as the Gauteng provincial government, so that you can support what the women are doing on the ground. So let me say today, I'm launching on behalf of the Gauteng provincial government. I'm launching a new policy, gender equality and women empowerment policy in Gauteng. New, this says is the gender policy framework 2030, which means I want to say to my mother, Mme Sophie, so given the problems we are facing with the women now, here in Gauteng, we have looked at all our policies from the first ones adopted by the ANC provincial government up to the one adopted by the leadership of the Premier under Premier Nomvula Mokonyane. All of them, we have looked at them. And now we say, this is 2022. What are the main issues that women are facing in Gauteng? One of those issues, let me say, this memorandum captures Nopala, Women's League Nopala. The memorandum captures very, very well what the provincial government and the municipalities must do. What is our response? They present the memorandum and there's already a response on the table. So today, I want you to receive, come back, the Secretary of the Women's League. I've just received a memorandum from you. I am presenting to you the program of action for the Gauteng government on addressing the issues facing women in Gauteng. The memorandum was presented by the Women's League to me. I am presenting back to the Women's League on this day a program of action on how to empower what the Gauteng government is doing, not what we are going to do, what we are doing to empower women in the economy, to empower women in the social sector, go the NGOs, go the NPOs, to also address the problems of gender-based violence in Gauteng. Siyabonga Nopala, you can take that memorandum, that program of action with you. So ering heki rihuluna. Gauteng provincial government is spending a lot of money. In basic education, the majority of young people who complete matric, baba kenanko basic education. By the time we have the grade 12s, that the majority of those who pass grade 12 are young women, are our girl children. We put 60% of those we give the bursaries as the Gauteng provincial government. It's young women. So 60% of our bursary program is young women. All our programs for the young women and the girl child in Gauteng are directed at improving the quality of life, including the education of young women and girl children. So by the time they get to the level where they stand up on their own, they do not depend on men. Women do not. You must go to men as a choice, not something you are forced to. You must go to as a choice. You make that choice because this man is worth your choice, not because you are forced to go to the man because you don't have income. Even if the man abuses you, you don't have a choice. So we start with giving our girl children and the young women the education that will give them a choice. They don't end up with men who will kill them. They must choose. This man is worth my choice. I can also make it on my own. I don't need the men, because mobu pilong la itsebantu. Okay, rinkiri batho ba baholo abantu abadala ni ayazi leyo nto. Mobu pilong una le ntwe o batlana motho o tshwantseng o phele le yena. It must be by sheer choice. If the man is not worth it, you walk away from that relationship. It must be by sheer choice. So we must, that's what we are doing in that document. No, Paula, that document we are giving you. We're starting with basic education, the girl children, early childhood development, up to when the children go to university. How much are we putting? Sabubedi kuri, bomme ba bangata ba mo business qualificationing. The township economy will not be an economy without women. Most of the people ba rekisang qualificationing ke bomme. So le itse program ya rona ya hodisa economy ya qualificationing akere. Yesterday I announced this. I want my former premier to know this. Yesterday I announced 50% of all the businesses in the townships that are going to receive funding from the provincial government, from the township partnership fund, 50% of those businesses must be owned by women. No compromise, no retreat. Not 40%, 50% of all the businesses in the townships that are going to receive funding from the provincial government is businesses owned by women. I announced that yesterday, Kotokoza. So we have established a fund. In Gauteng province, the provincial government is also upping the game. It's in there, it's in that document. So what we are releasing today, procurement. Businessing. The women must be seen because they are there. That's why in Sizulu City, the women, you can't say there are no women who can tender for construction. There are women in construction. There are women in manufacturing. There are women who are running taxis themselves. There are women who are taxi owners. There are women in agriculture and agro-processing. The women are everywhere, and all those sectors in Gauteng. 50% participation must be women. That's what our plan is. That's our program of action, which I've just unveiled today. We have launched it today. I've given it to you. We are putting it out there for the women of Gauteng. So, relelebu ahulu, rutokopana hape on the ground. I don't want to talk too much. Ntwena ya ubuwa ahulu haitusi. When there's crime, we must go to the ground and face the criminals. And let me say to you, as Chaba says, crime is turning more violent and more violent in our communities. But these are illegal firearms. People are being shot when they are just sitting in a shebeen in a tavern. They are not children, just enjoying themselves. They get shot and killed. People are being shot and killed when they are just walking from work. And many of these victims are women. Women are being killed, women are being raped. Violent crime. So we are going to confront this violent crime. Amaponisa apalelwa hle haba kupe thuso. Lenkutwa sintla ke batla o ibua sintla ke batla o ibua ka sekgowa ke tle ke re condemn ke batla o re condone. Haba palelwa amaponisa apalelwa haba kupe thuso. And thuso iteng. this country has got a huge integrated security capacity. We can't allow criminals terrorizing our communities. There are shootings every weekend. We can't allow criminals coming armed to teeth. By no destroyer, they steal infrastructure, destroy. Mutakasu ufela utsa. Hase problem hase Eskom ufela. Ratse ba iteng Eskom mara. Leona ina le letsola yona. Ina lo palelwa leona. Hai palelwa leona le tshwantse e bolelle ritus. Mara butsotsi ba utswa infrastructure, ba utswa di cable. So nakiri huluna. Rena le masole mo South Africa. Ba dutsi ko di barracks. Hai man ba ke ba tshwantse ba kene mo di trateng ba tlo re thusa. Ba tlo re thusa o lwantsha botlhokotsebe. Butsotsi ba tella maponisa man. Ene ba dlala le bona. Ha benefita fela ba. No, asifuni lo yonto. Women are carrying the burden of crime in this country. Starting from gender-based violence. The men who abuse women. I just wish they can also just get a visit from the Defense Force. Let us stop, Amantwen. The violence we see, the communities being attacked weekend after weekend. Me and MEC Faith Mazibuko arrived there. 3-4 people have been killed. Somebody was using a big firearm, a rifle. How do you shoot people people sitting, playing? You know what? They shoot people with big firearms. These people are in a shop. They are just playing there. They're not even, you go there, there are cartridges of automatic rifles there. People have been shot everywhere. When you ask, did they take anything? No. They did not take anything. Did they steal at the... No. But I visited people in hospital. It's heartbreaking. People have been shot. They just say to this person was not asking for anything. What is it that they want from our communities? No, man, we can't plead and plead with criminals. I want to live here with the mandate of women. Listen to me carefully. It's my last point. Bomme, lebo Oswak, le Mamet, le dula mo Gauteng akere. Ba teng bomme ba tshwane emisa matsoke le bone ba tshwane. Ke a leboha ba ko West Rand bomme ba kae. Ba teng ke a leboha ba ko Sidibeng ko Vale ba kae bomme. Ba teng ke a leboha ba Ekuruleni ba kae bomme. Ke a lebona ba Joburg ba kae. Ke a leboha bomme. Mfe mandate hape. Ke batla o peta ka tsela ene. Nkelo mandate manje. A kere ke na premier ya lona. Hapa ka kena ka botsotsi. Aka kena ka botsotsi. Lenkgethile a kere. Lenkgethile. Ke batla mandate o lona. Ene ke a tseba lenkgethile la re no. Wena plus how say I dintho di sa tsamaya hantle re tlo shapa re tseba re tlo thola jwang. A o tlo re tshabela a re a o batla. A o tlo disappear. Re tla o bitsa re tlo criticize. We will call you. We know we brought you up. Ape ke bomme ba Women's League ba nkgodisitseng nna. O bua nnete ne. A kere nnete re tshwantse re bue. Aunt Sophie, I was brought by the Women's League, the women in Gauteng. I was brought up by them. As a young leader, when I came here as a jilk, the structure, the people who really, really gave me all the support is the women in Gauteng. They put lots of support for me. They pushed me and pushed me and pushed me and pushed me. But mtanam, Siyakwazi wena, siyakuthemba. Mele uyenze leyo nto, hamba uyosebenza. Kibuyile uluna. Crime ya iteta bomme. Ke kopa mandate wa lona. Mandate wa lona kuona. Ering ke o President Cyril Ramaphosa. Or a tlisetse masole mo Gauteng. Ke kopa mandate wa lona. Ke kopa mandate wa lona. Or President Ramaphosa a tlisetse masole mo Gauteng. Batho ba fela. Batho ba fela mo Gauteng. Batho ba thunywa ba dutse ba ituletse ko hae. Bomme ba o reipiwa le bontate jwale. Ke batho ba tshwere dithunya tse kgolo tsa di rifle. Siyezwana ngithi. Senginawo mandate. Bakhona baphikisayo, baphikisayo lo mandate. Masivoteni ke. Ngibona wonke abavumayo ngisani izandla nginibone nonke. Siyanibonga nonke. Kuyalilebuka bomme.
Sebebaningi abavumayo askababon abayphika othina siyakuthuma awe makhura kupresident Stella Masoja thina siyakuthuma awe makhura kupresident Stella Masoja.
Thank you very much. Says thank you very. Zishayeleni izandla. We have a country to protect. We have families to protect. We have our children, our girl children to protect. We have women to protect. We can't keep being driven away. We are calculating the criminals are having a free ride. Siyabangena manje. Siyabangena noma kanjani. Ebusuku nemini siyabangena. Reaya nali me faith reakena. Hama ponisa siteng taberna le masole reakena. Rita ko Mamelodi uto shapiwa tsotsi. Rita ko Kagiso uto shapiwa tsotsi. Rea ko Sebokeng uto shapiwa tsotsi ko Sebokeng. Rea ko Gauteng uto shapiwa tsotsi. Rea ko Soweto uto shapiwa tsotsi. Ko Alexandra everywhere kasili reakena. Hari roba le tarbona. Busiu le motshehare. Butsotsi bana hore ba tswa kae, hore ba tswa ko Lesotho ha o kgathalei. Ba asifuna ukwazi ukuthi babuyaphi. Siyabangena. Bazoyithola kahle leyo nto. So this day on Women's Day, we want to declare Gauteng a safe province. They have to kill all of us. They must kill all of us. We will be there. And I'm assuring you, last weekend, Saturday, nerituledi di MEC staufela. Busihu, rituledi di MECs, rikena location. Kasi. Because batu barona barobali. Batu bashwa. How do I sleep in my house when people in our townships are being killed? they are being harassed. Women and girl children are being raped. So, these guys are putting us to a test. We must start with those who are armed, and then the men, even if you are armed but you are a man, you are abusive, you are raping, you are beating up women and beating up your wife if you have a wife. So, Liluna, Lebata Runa, Lebata. So we are going to do it. But we must start with these guys. These guys, this is our country, guys. You hear me? This is our country. Any country that faces a threat of people committing crimes, violent crimes, guns, going everywhere, shooting, cutting infrastructure, stealing, going everywhere, any country will be put to a test. Baslingene labantu. Barilikani. I want to say what I said last week. The police better be ready. If the police are ready, we will be with them on the ground. And we want to be with the police on the ground. But we need all the security forces in our country. All of them must help us arrest this crime. Ralilebu abumme. We will be together on the ground. Malibongo igamala makoskazi. Watintabafazi. We will see you on the ground. That's where we belong. On the ground. Thank you very much. Siyabonga.
Thank you. So I'm adjusting the program just a little bit so that we can enjoy the entertainment later. I'm sure we can't wait for the Spanish dancers. Tepo 1 million. Judith Sipuma. Zoe Modiga. Sutukazi Arosi. We've got all this entertainment lined up, but before we can get there, we need to close off the formalities nicely and round everything up and then enjoy the entertainment right at the end. I'd like to welcome the City of Tshwane MMC for Social and Community Development Services, Mme de Bruyn, to please come up. She'll be doing our closing remarks, and then we'll move on to our entertainment. Thank you.
Watintabafazi. Watintabafazi. Yeah, but Triangle Ritinta are actually taking a chance. We are declaring war on those people. We are done talking. Program Director, Premier David Makura, MEC Mbali Hlope, MEC Faith Mazibuko, MEC Menkomo Ralu Hoku in absentia, the City of Tshwane Speaker of Parliament, Dr. Makwarela, MEC Daryl Johnston in absentia, MMC Dikeledi Suluwa in absentia, our councillors, our esteemed panelists, all officials present, religious leaders, political leaders, ladies and gentlemen, Good afternoon, goeiemiddag, dumelang, absheni, sanbonani, molo. Before I say anything, I would like to say Happy Women's Day to all the beautiful women in here. And thank all the men who decided to come and celebrate this day with us. You are the best. What a celebration of women, pillars of our communities, the forever resilient fighters. Listening to all the speakers has given me hope that things will change. The time for action is now. The time for women emancipation is now. Nako ya go bua e fedile. Ke nako di speakers tse di buile. I'm just going to keep this short, but I felt gore ke re as women ke nako re eme and let our voices be heard. I would like to thank the provincial government in collaboration with the City of Tshwane for hosting such a prestigious event. Let me also thank the organizers for putting together an event of this magnitude. Also thank our speakers for a sterling job. Thank all the panelists. Thank you for being our voices. I know that we're in good hands. I was so overwhelmed when I listened to that young lady. I used to follow her story when she fought to keep her hair that big. No, we are in safe hands. The future is bright. The future is bright. Mme Sophie de Bruyn, I feel honored. She's gone. Yeah, what an honor. We always hear about our stalwarts. We always hear about the women who started this thing. We are here today because of them. Because they were fearless back then when they had no resources like she mentioned. And Ntate Premier David Makura, thank you for promising us that it's time for things to change. We cannot continue living in fear as women. We should be able to dress the way we want to dress. We should be able to express ourselves the way we want to, without any fear or favor. To the different performers, you are amazing. Let us continue supporting our performers. MEC, our responsibility. Let's make sure that they shine. Let me, in closing, thank all of you for taking time to grace this event. The City of Tshwane is looking forward to hosting more of such events. By the way, this is the capital city of Mzansi. Thank you. Amandla to the women.
Thank you. And that brings to a close our program for the day. Thank you so much. It has been such an honor to be moderator, as well as facilitator, as well as MC for the day, for this amazing program for Women's Day celebration by the Gauteng government in partnership with the City of Tshwane. Thank you so much. Thank you for the honor. Thank you to all our panelists. It was an amazing and robust conversation. And thank you to the leadership for the honor of standing in front of you today. Dimo Olwethu Lishabane, thank you, Magwande. And just to lead us into the program for the entertainment of the day, I would like to please call on the comedian Umbali Kutazi to come give us some nice, light-hearted comedy to just close off the day.
Hi.
I've just been alerted. Please, can nobody move from your seats? Your lunch will be served to you where you are seated. Please do not move from your seats. Thank you.
Hi. 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 Kuthiwe ngizowenza comedy. So please be emancipated in your laughter. Please. Abangilele. Sanbon. Hey, basakhuluma no premier. Ngilale? Ngiqhubeke. Okay, aningishayela izandla bening. Yeah. Okay, I greet everyone, all protocol observed. So, they hired me to come and do comedy. Bengihlala Sunnyside. So, as you can see, Mina, I have not made it. I'm a security good. It's fine. Yes, I greet you, Premier. I'm working here. I'm working here, Premier. We are Pazamisa. Naswage. Satisfombe wena. Ngiyabonga, Premier. Like, ladies, you know, mengifika la, I was like, apa mapoisa. You know, ekseni yabo. Kanti amapoisa beseshaya ama-drum measurements laphana. Angena nama-drum measurements, amapoisa angena nama-drum measurements. Ngathi, oh, okay. Sengi-safe. Ngithe futhi mengibuka la, there was the lady, Lower Hluthu, right? That lady young inspire. Because without her, uzozi tunzu bengaza wine. You understand? So she stood for the hair. Then uzozi wathola amandla ukuthi ahambe with her own natural hair ayoma ku Miss Universe. Inwele ezethu. I think there's inspiration yokuthi ngihlekise. Anyways, also, I was happy to see Sophie, because there's a street in CBD to Sophie de Bruyn, so I was happy with, oh wow, ngambona, you know. So, ngiyabonga to the organizers, you know. Online, okay. Oh, focus on that. Now, bam. Now, the committee. Iman, mina, if mengasektiwa I die and rise again, I will choose to be a black woman. Because black women are powerful. Imangitele, all other ethnic groups, they look at us and they wonder, ukuthi kanjani inwele zabo zisifanela kangaka. Because as black women, men, we can rock any hair, Peruvian. Utite ukabanga uthi Peruvian girl kanti hey mina umbali. Mina I can rock a wig manje. Ngibe nenwele ezinde. Sasa ngibuyele la. Ipower leyo. It's not guys, black women created something called ihlokoloza. Yes, the innovation. Because lento le ihlokoloza. Bas emancipator from a black woman leyo. Inamandla, black woman. And you know what? There's an age we reach as women, ne? Busy shower age. Ikala boma 24 upwards. Baby shower. bridal shower. Everyone is having a shower. In rough age, you must start saving up even a 32-day account because of unforeseen showers. 1 minute, boo! You're on a WhatsApp group. Kolile's baby shower. Aibo, Kolile. Ukulelwe nini. It's rough. You know, nami ngilana nje ukuzothola i-color of the day. I-green and yellow. You know? And it's tough not to be a woman. Kona na situation engibiza nge marriage situation. In marriage situation, iyadle phaketheni. Look at this. Outfits plus gift for the engagement party. Outfits plus gift for the bridal shower. Outfits plus gift for the actual wedding. Few months down the line, laban labateng umuzi. Outfits plus gift for the housewarming shower. Kurafu kuba umuntu wesimame, guys. But you know what? Before I leave, ngifuna uku-inspire. Mina motivated by a key. Quick keypad. And to a hashtag. The hashtag, guys, was nothing. Back in the days of Nokia 3310. Hashtag was nothing. Snake. The hash key would be plugged out and you continue with life. Mara, the rise of the hashtag. Ngiti hashtag was emancipated. Mufunu ba emancipated. Kabangi hashtag wena. You know? Hashtag, like you would send, please call *121. Utachi mesh stick. Uti hash. Hashtag ubunge luto. But the progress that the hashtag has made. Mufunu prove utu in love. Tati selfie wena. We posted on Instagram. Musuti hashtag love lives here. Nangempela ngizokhola ukuthi no kune love le relationship. Uyabona manje njengoba nimeshile ni green. Ngeke ngibone ukuthi no ni women's league man nithi hashtag women's league ngizoba ukuthi hayi no imbokoti phakathi la. Hashtag inamandla. You know, yes, hashtag guys. Kona ama relationships are a hashtag away from working out. You know? Ubons no, laban ba meshile but kuleka that thing ye hash. Abayoni couple goals. Bebe ngasho ukuthi hashtag couple goals. You know? And amanyama kids we keep it are surprised at the rise of the hash. You know? He underscore is looking up at hashtag and like, wow, look at you hashtag. I never thought you'll make it. You know, well, it's Samba so tell a peace job as a CC. A blind lama joke boy. A blind. Guys, even in 2019, go any campaign. It's a hashtag. Siangoba. Nangoba. Hashtag in Amandla. I tried. I tried. Ngiyabonga guys. Shout.
Yo, give it up one more time. Yeah, Sanmanan mo mama. Okay, now we're starting to an entertainment. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have this joyful day. Are you ready for Sophia Town Sisters on stage? Come on, are you ready for Sophia Town Sisters? Come on, give it up for Sophia Town Sisters one more time.
Sanbonan. Anjana makhosikazi. Asiphileni makhosikazi. Asiphileni makhosikazi. Yiwo ke lawa 1956. Yiwo lawa eniwabonayo efront. Yiwo lawa.
Sanibonani! Jovicho! Sanibonani Dumelanga Busheni! My name is Sipati Sotwane. Zozo. Sophia Town!
Sophia Town!
Sophia Town was a small farm outside Johannesburg, owned by Mr. Herman Stobianski.
That's my husband.
Oh! He named it after his wife, Sophia. Hey. So all these people, after a dumping site was formed, was established near the area. So all the white people, because Magoyiba owned that place, they decided to move out. Then Mr. Tobianski allowed all the blacks and the colors to occupy the place.
Aluta continua.
The revival of Sophia Town women's legacy. I'm talking about all those women who were our pillar of strength during the apartheid regime. I'm talking about all those women who were detained without trial. Kibua kadinata. Kibua kadikwangkweta. I'm talking about all those women who marched to the Union Building in 1956. About 20,000 of those women marched to protest against the past laws to women. I'm talking about Ruth First, Rahina Mosa, Albert Lutuli, Helen Joseph, Victoria Mkenge, Winnie Madikizela Mandela. Yes.
What's in the bafazi?
What's in the bagoto?
What's in the bagoto?
What's in the bafazi?
Zindoro bilendra, oh zinotro trombo gabawo zinendra wo zinotrombo.
The 1956 journey take us back to the Sophia Town women's legacy. I am talking about all those women who fought the apartheid regime through music. I am talking about
Busi Mhlongo,
Dorothy Masugu,
Miriam Mageba, Abigail Gupega. Mama. Hi, 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 Magumete. Hi, 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 Magumete.
Hamba, hamba, nozogole goli, goli. Ayabuye kapa, kapa sotunyela. Hamba, nozogolo.
Back of the moon boys, back of the moon boys. Top Shipin and Joe, back is the back of the moon. Behind all the shanties, moon is the back boys. Right in front is the back of the moon.
Nibong begela, nibong begela.
andong begela.
Let us uplift each other instead of tearing each other apart. We as women should, restore and revive our dignity as women. Nyangizwa?
We've been oppressed, we've been suppressed, we need freedom as women. Freedom is what we need, and freedom is what we're looking for.
We've been oppressed, we've been suppressed, we need freedom as women.
That's what we need. Oh, we've been oppressed, we've been suppressed. We need freedom as women. Oh, freedom is what we need, and freedom is what we're looking for.
We've been oppressed, we've been suppressed, we need freedom as women.
That's what we need. Thank you.
Amandla! Phambili ngabafazi phambili!
Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe.
Give it up for Sophia sisters one more time. Are you ready for more fun? Yo, please welcome Spanish dancers on stage.
Es muy fácil de bailar la primera sevillana. La primera sevillana. Es muy fácil de bailar la primera sevillana. Es muy fácil de bailar la primera sevillana. La primera sevillana, pero me suele pasar que mirándome en tu cara, viendo seguía el compás. Contigo quiero bailar, de la primera a la cuarta, contigo quiero bailar. Tú me corriges la falta y no te voy a enamorar. La segunda mucho más, porque tiene menos vuelta. Porque tiene menos vuelta, la segunda mucho más, porque tiene menos vuelta, la segunda mucho más, porque tiene menos vuelta, porque tiene menos vuelta, pero qué casualidad, si me rozo por tu vera, si me rozo por tu vera, viendo enseguida el compás. Contigo quiero bailar, de la primera a la cuarta, contigo quiero bailar. Tú me corriges la falta y no te voy a enamorar. La tercera ya ni hablar, con el plan del taconeo. Con el plan del taconeo, la tercera ya ni hablar, con el plan del taconeo, la tercera ya ni hablar, con el plan del taconeo, con el plan del taconeo. me recreo, si en tu cuerpo me recreo, pierdo enseguida el compás. Contigo quiero bailar, de la primera a la cuarta, contigo quiero bailar. Tú me corriges la falta y yo te voy a enamorar. En la cuarta te diré, si me agarra tu cintura. Si me agarra tu cintura, en la cuarta te diré. Si me agarra tu cintura, en la cuarta te diré. Si me agarra tu cintura. Si me agarra tu cintura, lo que puede suceder, que al perder la compostura, quiera bailar otra vez. Contigo quiero bailar, de la primera a la cuarta, contigo quiero bailar. Tú me corriges la falta y yo te voy a enamorar.
Yeah. Give it up one more time. Are you ready for Temple 1 million? Are you ready for some educational play and fun? Are you ready for Temple 1 million? Come on, give it up for Temple 1 million on stage.
1, 2. Wathinta abafazi.
Wathinta imbokodo.
Wathinta imbokodo.
Wathinta abafazi.
Hayi, ngathi ayizwakali.
Ayizwakali msakho.
Awuthi ngilande stage.
Ne? 1 2.
Wathinta abafazi.
Hey,
wathinta imbokodo. Sanibonani bantu abadala, ni right. Utabalaza esike all the way from Itshepo 1 million. So sila namhlanje to come and say siyabonga ningabazali bethu nisikhulisile nisivulele indlela imithandazo yenu isenzele izinto zaba mnandi. Angihambi ngedwa ngihamba nobani.
Hamano Spahle Mangena, who's also a Itshepo 1 million ambassador. Sithi sizela nokuzongichazela kahle. But before that, sifuna ukunikhombisa kancane ukuthi thina sijiva kanjani sishumisa kanjani umzimba ngithi
siyithi nje.
Sithi kancane
singanibonisa nje sithi nje.
Singanibonisa.
Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta imbokodo.
Wathinta abafazi.
My selector asambe ke. Issue.
Kwa-select.
Siyahamba manje. Steady side. Hit his hand. 1, 2. Pa. Hit his hand. Yes. Siyahamba manje.
Confirmación que cuya.
Banyana. Vamos lançar uma excelente. Pelas baixadas Elizar. Abo mama bati. Abo mama bati. Babuye.
Babuye futhi.
Babuye. Alright, bazobuya so.
Bazobuya.
Azi manje ithi senze so. Ngifuna ukuyizwa. Ngicela mangisho something. Nisho lento engizoyisho nebantu abadala. Because thina siyiThepo 1 million. Sihamba ne-youth. We are supporting e-youth. Angithi bazali. So lento engizoyisho ngizocela siyisho. Awuthepo yebo Thepo.
Awuthepo yebo Thepo.
Awuthepo yebo Thepo.
Awuthepo yebo Thepo.
Lalela. Awuthepo lama million.
Awuthepo lama million.
Awuthepo lama million.
Awuthepo lama million.
Dankie siyabonga. Utabalaza S uMasanza all the way from iThepo 1 million. Angihambi ngiyi-1 njengoba ngisengishilo. Ngihamba nobani?
Ngihamba noSibahle iThepo 1 million ambassador. And sifuna ukungichazela ukuthi what exactly is iThepo 1 million? Abatshela.
So, bantu abadala, nihlale nizwe ma-TV nasema-radioweni iThepo 1 million. Yini iThepo 1 million? iThepo 1 million is the Gauteng province's youth empowerment initiative to design to help young people between the ages of 18 up to 34 years old, unemployed with any educational level, lalela from grade 10 up to graduate. Siyakhona ukukusiza. We are here for young people. Njoba nina ngabazali nila. I believe ukuthi nani nifuna ukubona abantwana baphumelele or kanjani sibani.
And with iThepo 1 million, what we do is that we assist abantu abasha with the entrepreneurship information. We also assist with the skills development, and also what we need as South Africa, job placement.
So, njoba siloko siqhubeka abantu abadala la eSouth Africa eGauteng sihambe ama-region awu-5 siloko si-travela around si-empowera abantwana abancane i-youth yethu sibagaya imisebenzi ama-opportunities yokuthi indlela zabo zivuleke or kanjani.
And Tabalaza, as we say, Ithepo 1 million, the goal is to get to 1 million youth in Gauteng, right? And so far, we have already reached to 700,000 Abandabasha who actually has benefited from Ithepo 1 million. So Ithepo 1 million is dope. With going into our communities, we have a beautiful industrial piece from our superhero with Ithepo 1 million. Lama Abandabasha who go into the community and say, let me help you with the solution to whatever problem they are going through in my car.
And I mean, sometimes mangne problem. Ngiyagumama ngithi mama ngicela ungincede bese wena mama wenzani uyangisiza ngithi so iThepo 1 million njengoba sinama superhero kufana nokuthi abantu abakhona abasiguidayo abagada nayo i-youth ukuthi ingalahleki but izinto zivuleke for bona.
Exactly.
So manje sibahle angazi noma abantu abadala ba ready.
I don't think ba ready but ba counted down. Yabo counted down.
Singanibonisa ishow yethu ukuthi sihlale senza kanjani masiraundi iGauteng. Are you guys ready?
Masipisi Ithepo yebo Thepo.
Awuthepo yebo Thepo.
Awuthepo yebo Thepo.
Awuthepo yebo. Thepo lama million. Siyababalela from ku-5 bese siya ku-0 bese bayeza bayasibonisa ukuthi masiraunda eGauteng sibanceda kanjani abantwana abancane or kanjani.
Information enjani?
Yeah. 5 4 3 2 1 woza 5 4 anizwa 3 woza 2 1 I'm a superhero now. I'm a superhero with 4 3 2 1 level up level up hey level up level up level up all the songs so yummy all the songs so yummy know you want to see me let me all in your level up level up level up level up level up level up
okay, that's enough. Ngicela ukuthi imali ize kimi njengomuntu osimame ngoba siyazi ukuthi thina kuphela sikwazi ukuphatha imali guys. All right. Look guys, ngiyabona ukuthi abantu bayithanda kangani kodwa yethu buka bonke bashikota yethu.
Bashakota rona busi. Ene bona kibe ke rona bu5 fela. Mara bona za ke re entseng busi.
Yeah, ni ranza ngovuma kale. Asha ku rona ne ikhubeka. Sell the same food ka each and every single event yakufana nale vajasha mna.
Ubeko tutu.
Guys, mina angivumi. Yabona mina guys ngine proposition.
A proper what?
A proposition.
Isakwenza yile.
Guys, lokho engihleli ne ngiyayibala le mali lesinzeni. I'm telling you guys, we have got enough money to get our very own container. Every day is there is some quarter sends imali left, right, and center. Huh?
No, rest, Busi.
Why, guys?
No.
wabona la rhandza ku pfumelana naye phela se na ma-client se loko hi huma hi teka an unnecessary risk a yi khuveki ko hola hi nga ko hi dla mali.
No, but guys, this event only happens once a month. Sizothini
No.
bangathiwa le festival cancel? How? Cabanga, if we sell a shop or we sell a container, then we get to sell every day. Sense imali.
Man, a yi khuveki ko kwala.
Yes.
Wa endlile ma-calculation.
Are you serious?
Wa endla research. Wa ku multiply, divide, subtract, square root.
Mina, ngama calculations. Mina babe so number. Guys, I am telling you, phela business is about taking ama risk. Sikhuluma ama ground-breaking risk. Ngibale everything, it balances. This is our moment.
No, Busi, no, this is too risky for me. What if it doesn't work?
It will.
What if people don't buy our code?
Are you serious?
What if our code is not good enough?
It is.
You know what? I am done listening to a city talk. Count me out. I quit.
The peacemaker. Molweni.
Hey man.
Sanibona bana superheroes ninjani? So yazi ngibhizi ngikhuluma nabangani bami la. Ngizaba ngibatshela ukuthi we have made enough money ukuthi sithenge our very own container. Kodwa obhuti abafuni ukungilalela because no one listens to a woman anyways.
Asitalo. Firstly, I would like to say Happy Women's Day, Happy Women's Month. Wabona la nkinga ishaku la iteka mali ya intsanani ingana yo seyifamba shawu contain. Shayita.
Yes, and now I know very well that it is still early days to think about expanding now. All we need to do is to keep coming here and keep making the same money.
Can afford and post on social media just to get your profile going.
You see, once you do that, it shouldn't take long for your business to be considered for funding.
Yima katsongo seso uri mali ya funding ndi kumanja.
Gaba buti.
Okay.
Ngizodinga business plan, a business account,
Yeah.
and a detailed plan about xa isengena le mali uzoyisebenzisela for intoni. ETC.
Etc. And don't forget to visit our Mobi site. This is where you will see the list of resources and partners like Tira who offer a wide range of services to help grow the township businesses. Maybe they can also help you. Luna, just apply. It shouldn't take long for them to consider your application.
Pelana, my neighbor's best friend's uncle's pastor's daughter told my granny that if they fund you, they're gonna take over the product. So this is a scam. It's a scam.
No, this is not a scam. This is not umashonisa or some pyramid scheme. This is a legitimate organization that is trying to help you to grow your business. So please, Putin, yes, sir.
This is an opportunity to grow the township economy. Imagine go kota senseni sithengisa go Uber Eats, says package wakamnandi go Shoprite. Ningibona lonto all made possible by Tita Mchana. Xa seniqualify for the funding, izothatha nje imuzuzwana ithi sakasakaza. Like business account.
Bayitwa man. Uri mali leyi lokhu ingena. Into kutlaka
Phela yazi ukuthi guys in life sonke sifuna ukuqhubekela phambili. Nathi sifuna ukuyibona sesinamabhizinisi amakhulu sesihamba ngezimoto ezinhle he. Noma wena ufuna lokhu uhlelela ngasonke isikhathi. Cabanga nje sekubhalwe sekuthiwa thana na go khone. Go khone.
Akiboni dai.
Go khone. Go khone. Go khone.
Manina kota.
La bona Luna with positive energy Luna. Yes.
Yes. Wow, this is girl power. Happy Women's Day for Mama.
Take my power, my power, my power. Don't never take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. always in the lead. Where you wanna be, I'm who they wanna be. B-E-A-U-T-Y-E. Never seen so much rage from a queen. Rage from a queen. Queen so strong, thought she was a machine. Girl of your dreams, Sinclair regime. Turn to the max, can't forget Maxine. Refer to me as a goddess, I'm tired of being modest. 100 degrees the hottest. If we're being honest, ebony antibodies. Black people win, they say we're being demonic. Angel in disguise, I hate I have to disguise it. Why you gotta despise it? Rich in your mind, that's why I'm making deposits. Tell me all about it, it's time to realize it. Don't know, good take my power. My power, my power. Don't know, good take my power. My power, my power. They feel away. Oh wow. They feel away. Oh wow. Don't know, good take my power. My power, my power. Don't know, good take my power. My power, my power. They feel away. Oh wow. They feel away. Oh wow. This that rhythm, this that lightning, this that bird, this ain't no purr. This that nappy, this that herb, this that kinfolk, this that skinfolk, this that war, this that bloodline on the front line, ready for war. Where you gonna run?
Happy Women's Day. Happy Women's Day too.
Gotta protect my ways, keep it locked in the safe. Don't make me get back to my ways. My power they never take. Don't know, good take my power. My power, my power. Don't know, good take my power. My power.
You want some more? Ah, bon maman Savez. You want some more? Sit Parisienne. Sit Parisienne. Out, c'est bon, c'est bon. Rosa.
This is a couple $1 million troop. You go into the community
hayi ukuthi bebangasinika isikhathi esiningi but besithi nje sizobongisa leli langa elikhulu all the way from Itshepo 1 million. Sibonga kakhulu kini bomama. Sinje nje siqine kanje, sine energy kanje. It's because of nina. Ngicela nizishayelele izandla.
And with that said, bazali ningakhohlwa ukubathumela abantwana so that they get the help they need. We are trying to definitely prosper and conquer this unemployment issue. Let's encourage our kids to open up businesses. As we said, it's up 1 million. If they're between the ages of 18 to 34 and they're unemployed, they better contact us. Bangasithola ku Facebook at tap 1 million, Instagram at tap 1 million, as well as Twitter.
Danke siyabonga abantu abadala nibe ni right in enjoy isuku leni. Viva umuntu osifazane, viva!
Viva!
Yo, give it up for Tsepo 1 million one more time. Are you ready for some music now? Are you ready for Suthukazi Arosi? Are you ready for Judith Sepuma later on? Yes. Happy Women's Day. Happy Women's Day. Yes. Are you ready for some music? Are we ready for some music? Are we ready to have some fun on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the Queen Please welcome on stage Suthukazi Arosi to bless us and serenade us with music.
Yeah.
Zulu omnyama. Happy Women's Day to every woman. Bogoto. Amandla. Amandla. Wathinta abafazi wathinta imbokodo. Emnandithi wathinta abafazi. Hey 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 hey. Wathinta imbokodo. Bogoto. Sebong. We love you, we love you. Mr. Engineer, you're killing me. This is my day. Mr. Engineer, this is my day. Thank you. This was one of my songs. Wento mnyama vuka emakandeni. Kudala sinivusa bantu abamnyama khake nivuke emakandeni. It's about time that you must wake up from that. We love you, we love you. The next song that I'm going to give you is called Amanyala. It's a song. Sutulaza Khosi. Thank you. From Ley, Eastern Cape. Baba Bakaya. Baba Bakaya. I know, he's a kiss. Apa kuyu Mandela khona. Bathi. Phambili. Holy Fast. Amanyala. When you rape your own, then there's a problem with you. We as women, we must stand together. Umntwana olapha phandle esitradini ngowakho nabasendlini ngabakho. Asibambaneni bafazi. Bobot.
Zamkala no puti, zamkala
Zoxolela isiseka. Zoxolela utata omkhulu yo. Zomxelela umalume. Zoxolela isizwe sonke. Yena ngizomxelela umama. You don't do that to my children. You don't rape your own children. I know. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Give it up for Tutugas Arosi. Can you get Zoe's team on stage, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready for Zoe Mudicha? Are you ready for Judith Sapuma? Then we call it a day. Let's do it. Let's set up quickly.
1, 2, 1, 2.
ngempela. I was never going to know. I was literally never going to know.
That's fine. Let's move on to the next one. Let's do Incha and something else.
How many songs are you doing?
Sanbonani Ninjani Happy Women's Day Sambonga kubanani namhlanje Ngicela ngizwe kahle ngifuna ukushintsha umhlaba khona namhlanje bakupha abafazi cela ukunibona izandla phezulu. Yebo, there is a song called Isegazini. Ngathi ngakhumbula nonke ukuthi yonke into enidingayo ingaphakathi kwenu. Intsha ikhona namhlanje. Ningazivumela ukuthi nisukume nizibonakalise. Ay, asimasabi siyaba. Yebo. Injini ngani. Asisabi lutho. Sipheza maphupho. Sithula mahubo. Silethu sweet. Mangenbuza ukuthi impendulo yenu yini nithi yebo. Impendulo yethu uyebo. Yebo. Impendulo yethu uyebo. Yebo. Impendulo yethu uyebo. Yebo. Impendulo yethu uyebo. What? Yebo. Oh, ay, asibasabi siyaba. Yebo. Yebo. Ay, asibasabi siyabafuna. What? What? Yebo. Ay, asibasabi siyabafuna. Sivutheli impilo, asinasono. Silwela impumelelo, sithola amahubo. Sidinga ukuthanda. Sidinga ukuthanda. Bothi, 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 injinengane. Injinengane.
up for Zoe. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Zoe one more time. Are you ready for the last performance? Are you ready for Judith the Puma? Are you ready to be dressed up before you go home and call it a day? Ladies and gentlemen, please help me. Help me to do this one more time. Let's do some music in the background. Just set up quickly. And let's close it up with a style, man. Let's do this.
Bass. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ke lebetse mazaza bona ngila bona motho a namela stage ka mazaza mara ba re le emetse ko shai le emetse ka nnete hai okay Happy Women's Day, Happy Women's Month, Happy Women's everything for the rest of the year. All my ladies in the house, are you going to help me say it? Woo! Are you going to help me say it? Yes! Come on, hey, hey, Somebody, you know, they sang the song, so it would be a crime for me to leave here without singing this one. So please enjoy, and I hope you like it. Oh wait, hey, 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 Imo, hey, hey. Legwa, ane tsebe le gore re, ane tsebe le go etse. Okay, I see you now. Okay. Come on, yeah.